Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to a very sunny Tuesday. Today, we are going to be working on Insignia, as we always do. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's here in chat already. Welcome. And of course, a big thank you to, hang on a second, stop that clock, reset it, start it again. Big thank you to everyone who's here on YouTube as well. Big thanks finally to our most recent follower and subscriber. We've got Father Provides following and Mind Spyro subscribing. Thank you so much. Okay, today I come to you a victor. I have achieved unity, hierarchy, perfection, or at least advancement. Let me show you what I got. Boom. Look at this. Look at this organizational flex. So I can see all the different things organized by category. And those categories are determined by some scripts that I created. We've got custom icons. We've got a little spacer here. And it's self-organizing. You want to see that? You want to see that in action? Let me show you a level that's a little bit later. Maybe I'll choose this one. So this is an old level. It's unorganized. There's stuff everywhere, right? We've got a character up here. We've got tile sets over here. We've got enemies. We've got all sorts of stuff. All I have to do is hit save. And boom. What? Look at that. All the enemies, all the characters. There are no cutscenes in this level, but we've got level things like the doors, we've got the geometry, all self-organizing. Look at that. I just hit save and it'll reorganize if I send it out. Boop. So it's pretty fast. Like it doesn't cost a lot of time to do that. And I'm only doing it on save. I created my own icons and I populated this here with that. Very happy with it so far. It's immediately easier to traverse. Like I just don't have to think very hard anymore. And I can always modify how these things get organized in the future if I want. It's no big deal. But you can see I've already gone through and you know, I just hit save and there they are. So happy, really happy actually. There is a little bit of a dependency on the objects being root level objects. So I don't traverse into the hierarchy. I don't go down and I don't pull things out because obviously stuff depends on that. I just shuffle stuff around at the top level. And the only real concern that I have with this system is that there are times when there will be characters or things that are, they have a wrapper around them, something around them. And that something stops them from being seen by my little system. That's the only thing that I'm like a little concerned about. So in this case, and also some objects are a little hard to find. So this is an older NPC. This is Eric. He probably could be considered an NPC in the game, but right now he's just a sequence player, and sequence players aren't anything. They're not, I can't say that's a character or a cutscene or anything. Sequence, I mean, we could put him in here, but there's a lot of things that are sequence based that aren't game specific sequences. So right now Eric gets dropped at the bottom. I can always put him, of course, inside of like NPC or character or whatever. He'll stay there. He won't get dropped out. Decoration is basically where I put anything that's unsorted. So I can sort things there and they won't break the order. And over time, I will try to refine this so that, you know, everything gets nicely placed. Right now, I use object for things that are interactable. How about prefabs that you create in play mode? So this doesn't cover play mode. I've got things that will, you know, leap out of their containers and jump into the root, and they'll be instantiated on the bottom. I don't organize at runtime. This is mostly just for the scene at edit time. So yeah, I can show you what some of that code looks like. So I've got two things. I've got, what is hierarchy utils? That's nothing. I got hierarchy icons. And this is just the icons for each of the things in a dictionary with the strings for the names of the categories. And then all this does is just add the empty spaces when we're drawing the icons. That's all it does. It makes the icons transparent if you're a spacer. So this thing here is a spacer. You can see here, it's got a little rectangle here that's empty, that's being covered by this one. So like this is a game object that just has no icon on it, and it just sits there to create the gap. And then obviously this icon is drawn next to this thing. So if I move this down, it comes up with it. So that's how that works. And then there's the hierarchy processor, which does all the sorting and the identification of everything else. So it's actually pretty clean right now, although it's not very performant, or at least as performant as it could be. So what it does is it basically grabs all of the objects of a specific divider category. So the dividers are the names of the different strings. So object, character, enemy, sequence, level, system, decoration. Those are the categories. So what it does is it takes these strings and then the types that are associated with those strings. So I have down here a function that just catalogs all the different kinds of monobehavior that can exist inside of those root level game objects to determine where they should go. So anything that's going to have a system, anything that is of type game object or game system or main camera behavior gets looped into the system partition. Likewise, object, level, character. So I have an array of types that get cataloged under my dividers. And all it's doing is saying, hey, if you satisfy any of those types for all the game objects that are for this category that we're describing, just check the whole game root array of game objects, see if you match any of the types, and then just place it underneath the heading. And we do this backwards from the bottom up so that it doesn't rearrange itself every time. Otherwise it would flip every time. Because if you're going from the top, you're sorting it to the top, and then as you go down, you're sorting the lower things to the top, and you would push it down the stack. So iterating backwards means that everything always stays in its same orientation. And that's it. That's really all it does. It's just checking for types. It's placing them at the root level underneath the divider of that same type, of the divider that matches the type. So that's the divider, that's the type, done. Pretty cool, huh? I'm really proud of it. What about when you go into play mode? I've already responded to that. This is just editor mode. It's still there. It doesn't change, but there will be things that change their position in the hierarchy. We already talked about it. I don't try to control them at playtime. Want to make this super nice. If you made an interface for each sort category, then you just derive from it when you want to sort it into the list. Yeah, I mean, that's what this is. I mean, at a certain point, abstractions don't save you lines of code. Because yeah, we could make this like a string and then an array of types. those definitions would be about as big as this, right? So whether it's a big, getter with a switch, or if they were interfaces with their own files, we could put them in scriptable objects and they could be editable in the editor. But at this point, it is no more efficient to do that. Although it would be cool. I'm pretty happy with this. Even if it looks monolithic, at least it keeps everything in the same spot. So yeah, very happy. I think what you mean is code interfaces, as in, you mean like here, like add a thing, like I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying, what if I used an interface as the tag? That is a really, really good one. And I do that with behaviors. I do that all the time, actually. So like air state, I have just like empty interfaces that I use as tags. And this would help do that. You're right. Yeah, I wouldn't have to do this. Or I could just include the interface. And then I wouldn't have to collect them this way. That would be cool, for sure. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. So they auto add themselves, just by virtue of having the interface. Yeah, that could be done in the future with essentially no extra work. That's pretty easy. I would just have to add the interface to these array types. Yeah, for sure. That'd be great. Of course, yeah, it's all written in C#. Flip Switch. Hey, Flip Switch. What's up, buddy? Love seeing you on. You're on YouTube. Good to see you. Enchanted Cloud says, question, is it wrong to into game development ambitiously? To go into game development ambitiously? It's not wrong to be ambitious, but I think ambition can be powerful and dangerous. You have to be very careful with it. For sure. All right. So I'm really happy with the hierarchy management stuff, and it took like an hour and a bit. It wasn't even a big deal. It's like a permanent buff to my Unity project. So yeah. Archlion says, could I trouble you to repeat an answer from a few days ago about changing some options in Unity so that when you enter play mode, it doesn't take so long? Okay, here it is. You've got to watch. If you miss it, you'll miss it. Project settings, editor, enter play mode settings, enter play mode options, checked, the rest of them unchecked. That will make it faster to press play. If you have a bit of extra money to spend, hot reload will do the rest. That makes it as fast as you can get it. That's okay. Hey, Enchanted Cloud. WStream. Thank you for the $2. What are some reasons you went to C#? Because I'm using Unity. It's just built on top of C#. It's not an option. If you want the Unity engine, you got to use C#. You don't really choose which language you use. You just use the language they give you. But the advantages of C# over C++ would be the garbage collector handles a lot of the memory management, so you're not doing as much handling of pointers directly, which means that you don't worry about memory leaks, that kind of thing. You do have to still manage the memory. It's a bit more abstract. That's about it, really. As far as I know. I think C++ is a pretty fast language, pretty zippy. But you could do pretty much the same stuff in both. It's just you might have a bit more hardware level access to stuff in C++ because of the libraries that you'll be using. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's just a shader. How do you make those headers? Well, you have to watch yesterday's stream. All I'm doing for these is it's an empty game object above the header, and then the empty game object gets a transparent icon drawn on top of it, and then the header object gets a big icon drawn over both of them. That's all it really is. And then I'm just putting a big underscore, a bunch of underscores underneath it. It's pretty straight. It's kind of a hack, but it works, you know. And those icons are just custom. I made them myself. All right, let's get some work done, shall we? I have a problem to solve that I didn't do. I haven't solved this problem yet. This was yesterday, this was yesterday, this was yesterday. Delete that. Let's go over here and see if we can solve this. It's almost 2 already. I started a bit late today. I had a publisher meeting from 12. Which was interesting. It did go well, I think. Yeah, they are hoping that I send them a demo very soon. So that's why I got to hurry up. So this problem is figure out why Leopold won't trigger. I just solved this. Well, I think I know what the solution is. I haven't solved it yet. Let me show you. Okay. So in this scene, it's 1:50 p.m. In this scene, we can talk to this guy here. And this is where we've loaded up. We're about halfway through his save state, through the save state. So we've got a bunch of stuff set up. We can't talk to him a second time. And the reason why we can't talk to him a second time is kind of fascinating. It is a problem of my own design. The issue is that the timeline that he was running to do that dialogue was instructed to stop early by this dialogue box. Okay? Now, it stopped early, and then because there's no other tracks, we finished the dialogue, cutscene ended, but the timeline is still unfinished. The timeline's still got like 1 frame of time to pass. So when I try to re-enter the timeline, it says, wait a second, no, we're not allowed to do this because the director is still playing. We're still in the middle of doing some stuff. So we can't play this cutscene because the director's not finished. But the director's never gonna finish because it's paused right at the end. That's my problem. I think that this is there's a few things going on here. One of them is that I have a setting on this, for this system that lets me choose between whether we wait at the end. You can't see it here, but at the very end, there's a wait for timeline end, this thing here. If that's set to false, it will dismiss the conversation, the playback. It'll dismiss that without worrying about what's happening to this. Presumably, it's letting it play on, but there's nothing to play on because it's paused. So I think I need an explicit thing that tells the director to play when we do that. So the clue here would be to just check for wait for timeline end. At this point here, we could just check it there. Hey, Lay. Like, hopefully we could just say, hey, director, if you are unfinished and you are paused, just press play. Now, is there anything relating to the dialogue, to the director? I guess not, because otherwise we would have seen it. And that's just the end of it. Prepare for next sequence, doesn't do anything with the director. So really, it's just here. It's right here. We would need something here for the director. So let's tell Copilot to go shove it. And let's start asking this question. So we'll pseudocode it out. Is there a director that is part way through playback, but currently paused? If so, resume playback as we finish. This is Unity Sword. Welcome. Did you ever play on NES or SNES? Yeah, I played SNES. That was my first, that was my sister's first console, but I played it more than anybody. So yeah, I played Super Nintendo. My first game on it was Bubsy the Bobcat, which was pretty fun at the time. We also had Super Mario All-Stars, which is like Mario 1, The Lost Levels, Super Mario Brothers 2, like the Doki Doki Panic one, and then Mario Brothers 3, as well as 1, 2, 3, and Lost Levels, yeah. We had Pack Attack, we had Mario Kart. Those were all good games. But my favorite childhood game, I think if we still call it childhood, like by the time I was like, I want to say, we had a PlayStation. I liked a lot of those games. I think Pokemon Silver was probably my favorite childhood game. And then maybe like, as like a group of them, like Pokemon Silver, Age of Empires 2, and then like Kingdom Hearts. Those three were like very, very special to me, I would say. Played a lot of them. But like I also played like a ton of like, yeah, Tekken 3. I didn't have an N64, so I didn't play a lot of Smash Brothers, but I loved it when I played it at my friends' houses, that kind of thing. So if we go back to can play sequence, director state is playing. If it's not the case, so director.state, what are the options here? Play state, paused playing. Wait a second. So what is the state right now? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think it was is director ready was the issue. So it starts paused. That's the default state. Now it's playing. Okay. So technically its state was playing. What do you think of Reggie Fils-Aimé and Satoru Iwata? For both Iwata-san and Reggie, by the way. Okay. I think Reggie Fils-Aimé, back in the day, I thought he was kind of a little bit kooky. I thought he was not very like with it. He was like such a suit, you know what I mean? But looking back on that era of Nintendo, like the whole Wii era, I would say Reggie, the things that I have learned since about his strategic decisions were that he had a very good business sense. He understood the American audiences very, very well, or the West in general. And chiefly, having Nintendo, like a Wii Sports, as a pack-in game for the Wii was probably one of the greatest decisions that he ever made as president of Nintendo of America. Being able to have that happen probably made the Wii sell the amount that it did, just on that alone. I think, you know, Nintendo of America don't do that much in terms of game development. So in terms of like just marketing, it's great. I mean, he was a good figurehead. Satoru Iwata is like an incredible figure at Nintendo and for the gaming industry, because he was not only a developer but president of a company, and he governed. I think he did a remarkable job at both, and I think it's extremely rare for anyone to have that kind of skill set to be able to do both of those things at a high level. I think personally, I would say I don't really understand a lot of Nintendo's strategic decisions through that time, in terms of like how they embodied their strategy. So a lot of that Nintendo Wii era kind of secondary decisions around their strategy revolved around lifestyle. There's a lot of lifestyle stuff in there, like fitness and the Nintendo, like the scales, like the Wii, I don't know what they're called, the weight scales, Wii Fit, that kind of thing. There was a lot of this lifestyle focus and quality of life, which I think philosophically is cool, but I think as a company that makes video games wasn't a strategy that I really understood very well. And I think Iwata probably, as much as I understand, I feel like that being part of his legacy is something that probably I think we could have done without. I don't think it would have made I think it would have made a positive impact on the brand for them to be less focused on lifestyle. But I would say everything that I love about Nintendo from that generation that isn't currently part of their focus are positive things that I think came from his strategic, from at least the kind of company he was operating. So for me, one of the biggest things that I think Nintendo currently don't do or don't prioritize, but I think it's extremely valuable, is the culture around hardware and software of their main consoles. So I think like the DS line of systems are an incredible legacy of consoles. If you open up a DS, it feels like it has something in it. It's like personality. And everybody who owned a DS knows what that feeling is. The sound design, the UI, the little features like PictoChat, those things are really, really special. And they made for really awesome cultural experiences. Like Street Pass on the 3DS is an amazing set of features, right? It's an amazing suite of games and features that made use of that. And if you owned a 3DS when they were, big, and you went to any kind of cultural event, a conference, a convention, a musical symphony that had anything to do with Nintendo, you could expect at the end of the event to open up your 3DS and see like 100 Miis appear from all the different people that you met. And that's such an incredible thing to do with a system. So I miss that Nintendo don't take those kinds of risks, and I associate those kinds of features to Iwata. So that's my opinion. Is that well argued? Like, it makes me upset when I look at the Switch 2 UI. It looks boring. It looks dead. I'm not going to look back 30 years from now at the Switch 2 UI and say, wow, what an experience. Did you know that in Japan, Wii has a food channel that used to order real food? I did not know that. No. Yeah, I think that things like the Everybody Votes channel, Miiverse, these were good things. And I think that the Nintendo brand will suffer 10 years from now because of the lack of effort now in sustaining those kinds of cultural features. It's very hard for a company focused on profit to think that far ahead, but I really think that they will suffer as a result. The brand will erode. So end sequence here. So if director and timeline, director dot if there is a director and there is a timeline, okay. If director dot state equals play state dot playing and director dot time, I think, is not director dot duration, that should be the case. That we care about. We might hear it straight away. There it is. And then we can't play anymore. So if we say resume director right here, surgically, we might be able to solve this problem right now. Nope. Okay. Let's look at the difference between these two things. That's important too. Do you know Daft Punk? Yeah, I do. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's exactly correct. There's a slight difference. So the problem, I guess, is that in dialogue clip behavior, we set the duration of the route to the end of the timeline clip, but we don't tell it to pause. That's the problem. So what do I have to do? I mean, do I just say, well, I guess I could just undo what this is doing. Well, hang on a second. There's a better way to do this. Because when I finish the dialogue, normally something happens, right? When we press A, it does something. Dead Mouse was here. That's right. Not Daft Punk. Daft Punk are multiple people. Hey, McKinnell. So dialogue clip behavior. Let's close all others and then open dialogue clip behavior. Maybe we also go dialogue engine. It might be the sequence player. Resume director might be something. It looks like there's no scenario where we do this. New art for your game. Okay. All right. I have to figure out what's going on here. And then we'll get to the art review. So this sets the duration. Do we do this any other time? To resume. Respond to dialogue end. This is really important. If using directed with timeline and current sequence equals game event ID, directed.playable graph.get root playable set duration directed.duration. This is really, really, really important. This is being called when? When we finish the dialogue event. And this is being called when? When the sequence player, this is getting invoked in the dialogue engine when we press proceed while we're waiting for the player. I believe this will invoke just fine. Okay. It's going to invoke a few times, right? We're going to see it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then is there a point when we don't get it? Because I feel like this should be... maybe this doesn't call. I don't know what is director holding does. That should be right. That should be right. Okay. Last one. 3, 2, 1. Go. False. Okay. So interesting. So this never gets called, really. And what is the purpose of this? If the elapsed time is the duration, we're finished and we're still playing. But this would be is not true. It wouldn't be the end of the duration. Hey, John the Pirate. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know if this was supposed to be ever true. I don't know what the circumstances are when it is true. But I think that this is... I think that... It's interesting because I want to add a condition here. I don't know how common that condition will be. I don't know if it should be here, but it certainly feels like we should. I'm not even sure how this... Like this set speed. How often do we call that? Ooh, that's no good. Prepare for next timeline event. Okay. Okay, I see. So if there is no next timeline event, then this never happens. Uh-huh. Now I know. Now we're understanding. I understand now. Yeah. We're never going to do this. This needs to happen no matter what, basically. So that's basically it. What? Okay, we failed. Damn. This plus this plus this. Should this be in brackets? Plus this. If it's on the end. You missed my comment about Interstellar. Well, you know, we've got to have conversations moving that are on topic. We can't just talk about random things all day. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just asked that we be mindful of the flow of the conversation. That's all. So it never, I don't think we ever really, oh no, we did. Preparing timeline. The last thing was true, true, false. So the last thing was wrong. Huh. What is the speed? Right at this second. It was set to 1. So in a sense, I mean, can I just force this to be true without even calling that function? Can I just say, instead of even calling this, just call this and say, if there's a director and we're not finished, do that. Oh, I don't even remember it. Booyah, you're all good. Damn it, that sucks, man. Still no good. Are we even getting this far? See you, Botch Hobbs. True, true. Okay. So wait, hang on. What's the timeline doing right now? It's not playing. But even though I asked you to do this? Oh, but the duration is not. Set duration. I mean, this feels like where we should be at. This is so muddy, man. So many different things going on here. Maybe that'll do it. Let's try that. I think it actually just did it right at the end there. Man. Right at the end. Still no good. How many lines of code in total in the whole game? Hundreds of thousands at this point, probably. In this particular function and in class, 1,000. It's most of it's not used. Most of it's old code. It's probably about 500 of actual lines of code. So, what is the problem here? I'm not sure why this isn't enough. Gets out, says, how many bugs do you estimate? I have no idea. Only the ones that I run into, and then I squash them. Directed or duration? What if we check the current duration? They're probably the same thing. It's more like timeline. That's what I think I want, what it needs to be. We need to set the duration to that. I think that's better. Damn it, man. Damn it. Still nothing. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I've got no clue why that is not going to the very end. $3,999. They're both at the very, 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 very end. Oh, but I don't want get duration. I want the position. Wait a second. 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 We have set the root duration to be the end minus 0.1. Okay. And root here being get root playable. So I think it shouldn't really matter. I don't know what the play... I mean, like, if the speed is... I don't understand how... If this is the case, right? That's the duration. That's the current duration. That's the total duration. Oh, it is at the end. Hang on a second. Well, that's a different story entirely. Oh, nice. Okay. Now we just need to be able to talk to him again. Sick. Okay. Well, great. What? It's not very nice. Did I call that complete director timeline? It's not hot reload. It's something else. So now the question is, when we try to prepare for sequence, this question here is failing us. And the question here is, we've got the requirements, we have the given flag, but there is something about, is director ready? This thing is stuck here, I think. So like, let's debug.log this. Probably for the sequence as well. Current sequence plus this. Okay. So we were ready then. Now we're not ready. Okay, so we're definitely failing this check. Let's break this up into its different parts. And it should be the same reason it wasn't ready before, but let's just try it anyway. False, false, true. But did we even get that again? Oh, I didn't press it. All right. Yes, yes, yes. Click. False, false, false. Triple false. So we do have a timeline. We do have a director. But the state is not... The state is playing. I guess. State's playing. Even though the timeline is considered... What? It's not finished. What the hell happened? Is this like a Schrodinger's timeline situation? Where when I'm watching it, it'll complete? But even so, I guess this isn't the right check anymore. For whatever reason, it's just considered playing. When is it expected to be considered not playing? We could do a different check instead. Let's split this up. Okay. This I want to replace with a different condition, where instead I say director.time is not the duration. Or director.getRoot Okay. I guess we have to do this. Sorry, Mikanil. I'll get you in a bit. Whoa. What? Oh, time is 0, duration is 4. These two are not the case. And it's not 0 as well. Let's try that. Okay. Hey, we did it. Nice, solved. Okay, so it was basically we can rename this director in playback. So the director is in playback if the time is not the end time or start time, which is 0. Why is that wrong? Double to float. Cool. Will you look at why director state is playing although it's completed? I'm not sure, 5nax. I don't actually know much about Unity's director playback system. I can ask GPT. What does Unity's timeline director go into what state does Unity's time director automatically go into a playable state when the time hits the total duration, e.g. playing to paused? No, it does not automatically pause or stop when the time reaches the total duration. This is why. You must call pause or stop. This is what I don't like about Unity's timelines. They aren't really configured in a very intuitive way. There is something reasonable about them. There is a reason why they are the way they are, but that reason has to do with, I guess, this, it feels like they were designed with this kind of like, let's think about all of the things you could do with a timeline and satisfy all of them equally, rather than what are the use cases that people actually need and how do we make those service the best. It's a bit of like it's really got to do with, I think it's these extrapolation modes. I think it might not even be that. It's more like if we go to the timeline asset, actually, so here, and then look at the inspector. Duration mode. No. There's something, pardon me, something about this that determines what happens when it reaches the end. But I don't know what that is. I don't know where to set that. Duration mode. No. Frame rate, show markers, preferences page, snap to frame, playback scrolling mode, time unit. No. I don't know what it is, but extrapolation modes have to do with things like it said ping pong at one point. Like, when would you want a director to ping pong? There's an enum for the play state. Director wrap mode, hold, loop, or none. These are modes, but in terms of the paused or playback, I think you have to. Oh, these are not anything to do with. I don't know why it thinks that those have to do with what it's telling. You are correctly checking in try finishing timeline. So that's what I've got here. If using directed with timeline and state is playing and time is greater than duration, greater than or equals to duration, then I'm calling stop on it. So this should probably be, there should probably be a test. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it. I know it's awkward, but all of the things that I've done do the equivalent and correct checks. They're just all using different ways of getting there. Sometimes I talk about root playable. Sometimes I talk about the time versus the duration. It's a bit awkward, especially because duration here, duration isn't quite right. It's the duration of the root playable, not the duration of the timeline. And I might actually go and create something called like root playable and then use a thing to get that. So here, what is this? What is this? Just a playable? But the playable graph? Wait, what's the difference between a playable and a playable asset? I might not even understand this correctly. I'm imagining one's instance and one's data, like one's behavior and one's data. Low-level runtime object, a node and a playable graph. Playable asset is a high-level serialized Unity asset. Asset template. Runtime node. Yeah, I was right. Controls playback, exists at runtime, playable struct. Well, the problem I have here, this is where this gets a bit awkward. Here, I am setting the duration of the root playable to the end of my clip, -1, minus a little bit, which is not what I really want to do. I mean, that's what I want to do, but that's not what I'm checking here because this is the thing that's compromised. This is the thing that I've changed the duration for. And I do that for a very specific reason, but it's this that I really care about. This is the thing. So let's get rid of this. Yeah, this is wrong. But I don't want to change it. I don't know that it's wrong. This is the problem. I don't know, like maybe I meant it in this moment. Maybe this is what I meant to write in this moment, even though it doesn't quite feel right. And actually, it could be that this is causing my problem right here. I just don't know. It's just quite a complex setup I've got here. So like, the problem is that I'm using a hack to control dialogue inside of the timeline, where the timeline will play at normal speed, but any time that I have a, let me show you. I am pausing the timeline. Oh, hello? Did I just... Oh no. What did I do? What the heck? Did I... Oh no. Well, this is why you don't touch anything. Just going to compile it and I'm going to see. The playable graph is null. That's a bit weird. Okay. Okay, it works now. I don't know how. I don't know why. Okay, so see this? How the timeline has stopped just before the end? That's there because if you call pause on the timeline, it doesn't pause where you tell it to. It'll go over by a couple of frames sometimes, or some unknown amount of frames. So the only way that you can have a dialogue system in a timeline is when you start resolving the playback of this clip, you set the dialogues, you set the director's end time, like the total duration, to be 1 frame before the end. It'll never process frames before the end. So if you set the end here, it thinks it's finished. That changes the root playable's total timeline duration, even though the asset has more. So what I need to check is if the timeline playhead has hit the end of the asset, not the end of the playable, because the playable's ending here. And then when I press, go, now the playable ends here. So where I've got like get root playable here, if I get duration ever, this is like very context dependent, because it could be that we're in the middle of dialogue and that's why the duration is at the end. So yeah, it is a complex system and I do have lots of weird little quirks and workarounds, but that's because the timeline itself is also a bit quirky. I need to do a very quick test around the game just to see if this doesn't break anything. And then we can do Mick and Nil's art review. What the heck was that? That looks... What the heck? Okay, looks good here. This is good. Oh no, I can't talk to her. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, something's null here, which is current sequence.timeline. Okay, so has timeline. But wait a second. I think I know what the problem is. I think there's a desync between like the current timeline and the timeline that this director wants to play. Current is, this is tenuous. Current could be anything. So it should be the director's playable asset that it's currently playing. But you could say If the current sequence has a timeline, that's good. Another way to do this would be like a bunch of ands. So wouldn't it be like if you have a director and the director has a timeline and the director is in playback, that's the only time the director is not ready. Long time. Many years now. Okay, that's all good. Okay, let's go do some other complex stuff. It's good. Trigger this timeline. Mm-hmm. Very good. Good. Repeating quest log stuff. Good. Okay, let's go back to this and do this quick test. Great. Looks good to me. I'm happy. All right, so let's push that then. Whew. Okay, Mick and Ill. Are you ready? Let's do it. Be harsh. Okay. You asked for it. But fair, obviously. What do you got for me? Send me a link or tell me where to find it. Art submissions. The showcase or the feedback? Okay. Looking at this. And this. And this. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what you made? What's it supposed to be? What do you want people to feel? What it's for? what your goals are. I'll tell you what my first impressions are as well while you're writing that. So this is feels like a PS1 game. Feels like we're looking at very, very low poly, low res, kind of early PC or early PlayStation graphics. Looks first person. Looks like I could walk around this and I'm playing, you know, in this really like low res, low texture environment. Looks kind of spooky, like a horror game. Maybe a bit liminal, like the back rooms. Probably something I'd play on itch.io. To be honest, there's not much to go on when I look at this. It's very dark. It feels like it's supposed to be that way though. So it has definitely a feeling of being bleak. Sure. What I can say is that it doesn't look like I'm supposed to spend a lot of time in these environments. Like seeing like no furniture, no anything makes me think I got to move through this space to get to somewhere else. This is not somewhere I'm supposed to spend a lot of time. But it also has that, it feels a little bit unsettling in that way. Maybe it's supposed to. Like a house that hasn't got anyone living in it, or a house before we've moved in, you know? It's just, someone's just moved out and we're about to move in. As far as the aesthetics, it's hard for me to be critical because it's sort of, it's not supposed to be aesthetic. In terms of like, it's not supposed to be pretty. I get the sense. There's a little bit of a sense of almost like grit and grime in the palette, which is, I think, what you're going for. These super like low saturation colors here and here, I think are just part of, you know, the game trying to use a low palette, trying to, you know, pick colors closest to what it is. If you're using like 256 colors or something, which is what games looked like back then. Yeah, very Slender Man style. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, yeah, looks just like it's supposed to then. I can't see that I wouldn't give you any advice to change it right now. Like, so far so good. Keep going. This kind of game's super popular on itch. And they look like this. This looks like one of those games. So if it's supposed to be one of those games, that's what it looks like. Cool. I don't remember the last one, to be honest. Oh, I think I do. Actually, yes, I do. I do remember the last thing. Was it a gas station? Service station? That kind of a thing? I can't remember now. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but so far so good. Yeah. I think I was suggesting that you put more mess in the space, but it looks like you're not going for that. It looks like you're going for something different. So I think get to some content now. Make some content for the game. Get it to a point where it's playable and see how players feel about it. At a certain point, you know, games are art, and it's not about them looking good or bad, but giving the experience that you want players to feel. You know? So if that's the experience you want, then that's what you're delivering. All right. Like if you're delivering on your intention, then I think it's valid. That's my point. So we've just done the task we were supposed to do. It's now 3. Oh no, that took an hour. We'll do like what? A little bit of art review. So we've got to start pulling some tasks off the list. Maybe it's time to start doing a playthrough. I think we're pretty close. There is one major thing I haven't even done yet. Oh, there was a bug apparently that the Ensign abilities are CPU bound. That was interesting. But also it seems like I can't change the frame rate of the game ever. WebGL ignores target frame rate. Okay. Wow. No VSync. My game will be paid. I don't have a price. So I have to do some performance testing. Because apparently Luca was saying he was running the game on a low-powered laptop and he tried to do a jump and he couldn't make the jump on the laptop because of the frame rate he supposed, which is unfortunate if that's the case. He found it harder to do on a so the game is like FPS bound in that case, or like the physics is FPS bound, which is not amazing. For me to test that, I have to switch the build from WebGL to Windows, which is going to take a little bit of time. I am doing character movement on physics updates. So that's why I'm not sure why he was experiencing what he was experiencing. The specific one I think he was talking about was Arise. Or I call it Bounce, I think. And the thing is, that uses... Let's have a look. So this is the fixed do. This is where it's happening. But what we're doing is I've designed it to move on an evaluation curve, like on an animation curve. So here, if we go inside of Armin, combat, movement, ensign behaviors, green, rise. See this? That is the curve that dictates the path that the player takes vertically on the y-axis. And doing it this way lets me then preview that curve. and I can set the height here to 0.85. If I have an enemy like, oh, I don't have anything here. So if I take the player's position right now, they're at 5.4 on the y-axis. If I jump, we're up at 6.54 right now, and that's the height. That's the max height. So 6.54 all the way down to 5.4, which is a total height of, what's that? 1.1. 1.14. And the way that it achieves that is it samples the curve every fixed update and applies a velocity equal to the delta between the last sample and the current sample. So it's probably not guaranteed to be that accurate if fixed update is very far apart. Because what it's doing is, because I'm not setting your position, I'm setting your velocity. I'm saying you're supposed to jump from here. No, fixed update is not consistent. It's a lie. All right, this is the velocity you're supposed to, this is the position you're supposed to go given the velocity that I set. But starting with position and resolving backwards to a velocity. If you do this over 2 frames, 1, 2, you're going to get, on frame 1, you're going to get sent upwards. And then on frame 2, you're going to get sent this way. Fixed update is not consistent. So this is different from if you sample it this many times. The thing is that I think if we look, we're evaluating based on our transform position, and the transform position is going to be updated based on the extrapolation mode, the interpolation mode. So what could be happening is that when your frame rate, when your GPU is running very low, you're not getting very many FPS. To make the character move smoothly, it guesses how. So what happens is the game says, well, here's a fixed update, here's a fixed update, here's a fixed update, here's a fixed update. In the meantime, the GPU is trying to evaluate what would happen in physics to your transform. And it goes, okay, here, 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 here. And then it'll do the next one. Here, 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 here. As gravity applies or whatever. Here, 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 here. Here, 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 whatever. This is GPU dependent. And this is CPU dependent. And the more infrequent these steps are, the more varied this is going to be. I think what chat is trying to say, Elzak, which I understand why they're saying it, is the amount of physics delta time the amount of time that physics processes every time it does a fixed time step is the same. So it shouldn't matter if you have the interpolation mode turned off, it will update this much physics per time that it calls fixed update. That's what, if everything is properly set up and exactly bound to fixed update, this will happen perfectly, even if it doesn't happen consistently. But I think that I'm maybe causing a problem. Assuming Luca is right, we're actually guessing here. I haven't even observed this myself. But when you have your rigid body set to interpolate or extrapolate, the GPU dictates what happens to the transform during the gaps between the fixed time. The GPU dictated graphics update is going to move the transform between those fixed updates. And that's going to be inconsistent. So the problem with that is that, you know, I really think that having this be smooth is really important. And if you've got a shitty computer, we're checking the difference between this feeling smooth, and in fact, the camera is bound to the player's movement too. So the camera might be really choppy if you do this with those interpolation modes set to nothing. But I mean, happy to set it as nothing during this process. I could say like, set it to none. This doesn't actually change the interpolation style, but we can check it anyway. Damn it. So with it set to none, it becomes, I think, a little more jittery. What's interesting is I don't actually have it resetting. So I've got it set here to interpolate. I guess I could put it here as interpolate. Wait, why did it get set to none there? Okay. So this isn't getting set correctly. Very interesting. So then why does it get set to none? What the heck? Could you simulate a slower device by adding a weight to the physics game loop to test that? I don't know how to do that. When are we setting default body properties? Okay, because it's a, I see, because it is a struct, then there is a default there. But what the hell's happening here? Wait, it is set to interpolate. Oh my god, it was hot reload. Hot reload. it wasn't reserializing it. Okay, but that was immediately setting it back to interpolate straight away. So when is this getting called? 39 places. Ah, right here. Which means actually we want to set this not here, but here. Okay, so it's none during this time period, and then it goes interpolate. But it's so bothersome. Can you see it? I feel like I can watch it be jittery. Like, smooth, jittery. Will I cap the frame rate? Maybe I should cap it to 60. It wouldn't be any... It doesn't help anybody to be running the game at 180 or whatever it is. Can you see that? It's like... Chat, 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 chat. I'm not convinced I have to do this. I think like at least now I have the tool if I wanted to change it, but I'm not convinced that I have to change it. One thing I do have to do though is fix this enemy. I've got this thing where we've got this ability capture manager, and the snake, which is actually correct, the snake doesn't have an ability that you can, it doesn't have an ability set as its like ensign ability. The ensign ability is when you bounce on it. So we can do that. We can just like use the bounce as the thing. So I could just be like, that's the behavior. And then when you bounce on it, that's when it's considered doing its thing. So when you do this, that's when it glows green. Which means you can't ever parry it because you're bouncing on it when it goes green. I think we could use its hidden state as the state. I think that could work. Because if you can somehow parry it while it's hidden, that's when it has the capacity to spring up. So in a way, it's kind of like, it makes sense, right? The only thing is you'll see it. It'll be glowing green. It'll be glowing green when you can do it. Like there. It's not really hidden anymore, is it? And you can't really sneak up on it. That's the other thing. We could make it that it doesn't pop up unless you're running, but if you're walking, it does. These are all the interesting, so many interesting ideas here. I think let's just make it the bounce behavior for now, but long term, okay, long term, it would be interesting to do something more integrated with the system. Hey, Sierra Jaeger, 3 months since the tower. Hey, thank you so much. Let me just fix something that just fell. Very windy outside. Yeah, so I think you would want every enemy to have an ability that you can parry, and for it to glow during that ability, and for the enemy's design to be built around that opportunity to parry. That's how the hedgehog works. The bounce snake currently, because you can jump on it to use its ability, it kind of breaches the sort of like parry thing. It's sort of like, we don't have very good design language yet to incorporate that, I guess would be the right way to say it. So like, what is the thing that I could do to parry it right now? We could, maybe it could be like the kind of thing where it can spring up at you when you're closer. Right now, it sort of pops up whenever you get close to it. We could wait till it's closer, so you could actually get close enough to stab it. Hey, Black Mage. Yes, there is an ability just like that. You want to see it? It's a bit random. I don't know if it's... This enemy has one that does that. Oh, I missed it. Oh, he missed me again. Okay, not that one. Although that does go through the block. Oh. Okay, there's that. Is he going to do it? There we go. Oh, he moves too fast. He moves too far past you. That. That punishes the block. Oh, we didn't fix this either. We were going to fix that. Oh gosh, I got lots of work to do. Okay, first of all, updates. Bounce snake to have bounce ability as ensign capture ability. I guess the grab is too it's too long. Oh, 10 is too much of a velocity. Let's make it like 8. And then this is like 5. He didn't look too cool coming down those stairs. He looked a bit weird. We're gonna have to fix that at some point. There you go. I can make it look cooler than it is, I think. I mean, it can look much worse than I can make it look. If you sort of spam the buttons or you just stand there, I think it makes it look a bit silly. I need to balance the enemy logic a bit better. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens if we do nothing. How good is he? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a miss. That'll hit. That's okay. That doesn't look great. I wonder what that is. Is he on the step and he's snapping to the step every frame? He's like right at the edge of the step. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Wait, what is this? Wait a second. What is this? What is that? His sprite has his enemy physics all the way back here? Oh, that's a problem. Well then. Okay. We can fix that, hopefully. And what are you doing? Stalk? Not that one. Oh, well, that would explain a lot. In fact, this doesn't even need to be here. Great. We just solved a really simple issue. What else we got going on here? I think there might be two, a forwards and a backwards. Nope, he's just still on the same animation frame. So he'll fix himself when we get close enough or far enough. Awesome. Is he... We've got errors. Okay, let's try again. I think those are just errors because of the... Because I changed the animation like midway through or something like that. Was the jump ability bug fixed? Well, I wasn't able to replicate it yet. I didn't decide to go that far. So maybe we'll have to just see with some playtesting. Okay, let's see how well he comes down or up the steps. Oh, much better. He slides a little bit. But that's pretty good. I mean, he's all right. Much better than a couple seconds ago. Oof. Ugh. Okay. No, you can't set the target frame rate. We just found that out. That's the problem. Look. We're in the WebGL mode, so I'd have to switch target platforms. Apparently. Apparently that's a thing. So like I can test it on, I can switch to the Windows platform, but that will help me test it, I guess, for Windows. We should do it. We should do it anyway. It just means I have to switch it back in a bit. Let's do it. The curve is sampling in fixed time, but we talked about it before that like the interpolation mode is an issue or could be an issue. We don't even know if it's a problem. It could be that Luca was just mucking around and he designed a jump that was too tall or something like that. It could be that he just misinterpreted something, or I don't know. It could be that he wasn't playing very consistently or something. Is it a shader or a drawn animation? It's a cross between a shader. I mean, it's sort of a shader. It's two sprites being shaded on the in even versus odd horizontal lines, and then the two sprites are being separated, and then they fade with a red. So it's not one sprite being shaded, and the reason why it's not one sprite is because if you have your sprite sheet, your rectangle of your texture, and you try to, if you got your character here, and you want to split them further than this texture, you won't be able to do it. It'll get cropped. So you can't shift the contents of the shader off the canvas of the texture that you're looking at, even if you do the split scan. So in this case, I just take one of these, I do that, copy it, and then have it offset. So now it's the other, the odds versus the evens. And then I do that. Okay, we're back. All right. Oh, thank you, Cozy Tree Leaf. So now we should be able to set, hopefully, we should be able to set this to 0. And set this to like 20. And that should make a big difference here. Nope. Okay, I've screwed up. It's my fault. Whatever's happening is my fault. Maybe the whole thing I was talking about was just wrong. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. I really only have one part in the game where I do it. We could force a recompile. And it could be a VSync issue. It could be that VSync is a setting that we're loading after we turn that on. I think if VSync is on, it's off. I don't know, dude. Seems like there's nothing I can do. Really? I can't run past you? What the heck? What? No, that's not right. What does this do on start? I'll just set it to false. Why not? Okay, that's better. So VSync is video. If we turn this off, this on, done. Now VSync's on. Video, VSync is off. Now VSync is off. It still wants to run at like a really high frame rate. What if I go to game system? I take this, I go to almond behavior, I go to his update loop, and I just put it here. Every frame. What? Why can't I do this? It does do some weird stuff with his physics, but I don't know what else. I mean, it's not doing anything. It's still very smooth. Why doesn't this work? It's not overwritten anywhere. If I check, look, it's checked, it's written here. And then this is just getting, I don't even know what this is, debug frame timing. It's a core Unity pipeline thing. And then this is nothing. So that's literally it. And that. Error 69 says, I'm entering in bachelor's after doing a diploma in IT. I'm thinking of doing robotics and automation plus AIML. I don't know what AIML is. Artificial intelligence, something languages. Should I do it? Not asking for sympathy, just a genuine question. Sympathy? I don't know why I would give you that. I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. Machine learning. Got it. That makes sense. I mean, seems like a safe bet. AI is going to be a big part of the future. Machine learning is not going away. There is a project setting for vsync. Even if I say vsync count is 0. The target frame rate is 20. The target frame rate is not getting set to anything else. The settings are set exactly as they should be. Vsync count is 0. Frame rate is set to 20. And in the editor, it's running at 160. Adam, do you use any kind of jump control tricks like variable jump height? Yes. All of that. Could force it in the NVIDIA panel. It's not even installed. But it's probably doing something. I don't know where I would find a setting like that. Is it here? Is that it there? Are you a AAA game dev? Nope. How far away is the demo? Supposed to be a couple of days, but I wanted to share it with you. It's not available for public release. It won't be available for public release, but internally, as in those of you who watch the stream, you'll be able to play test it soon. All right, well, let's just say off. Hello. Okay, and then let's try this. Nope. Could be a Unity bug. I want to put this back. Is it really not something you can fix in the editor? In the editor where you set resolution, don't affect VSync while playtesting. Old Reddit comment. All right, let's go check it. I mean, where is this? Project settings? Where you set the resolution for the game. Oh, literally that? Nailed it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers. So that overwrites whatever I was trying to do. Annoying. I'll remember that. I've never seen that before. I've never paid attention to it. Okay, so now we are going to pow, 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 pow. It's very slow. It feels like the time scale's affected. Also, that works just fine. Like, of all the things, that's amazing. That's perfect. I'm surprised that... Oh, is it because physics can't run as fast as the GPU, so the game runs slowly? Should that happen? I guess there is no way to win in that situation. Hey, Zizarak. Oh, congratulations. Yeah. Well, I've set the target physics frame rate to be like 40. So if the frame rate's 20, then it's only going to do half that. Let's try like physics 2D dot target. Is it like it's time step, right? How do you change the fixed time step? There's like a minimum. Oh, it's time, isn't it? Time dot fixed time step. So that should be 20 physics updates a second. Yeah. So now the physics time the game's running now at 20 FPS at the correct physics speed. So like, I mean, I don't actually know how, like, I mean, that doesn't feel very good. That's already no good. It's mostly okay. Like, it's not drastically different from how I would expect the game to play. You can't get somewhere you wouldn't otherwise be able to. The drop down's no good. That sucks. We can fix that. So I guess the question is, like, would we prefer for the game to slow down or not? I suppose you want the game to keep playing. I think slowing down could be better. Wait, why is... Oh. Okay. Fair enough. This should instead be like Leopold. No, it's like Crucible. Or even... All right, no, it's right. It's when you've unlocked a rise. I just don't like that I happen to be here when I'm testing it. It's the correct trigger though. That should be checking on load. So yeah, I guess my question is, yeah, should I even support lower frame rates? I mean, it'd be nice to do it, but like, should I even bother? So this drop behavior. No, I mean, like, There are devices like the Retroid Pocket 2 Plus is a device that I would like to support. It's an Android device, and I think it would be the minimum spec if I could get there. It's very old now. It's like 3 or 4 years old. So any new Android devices, and most phones could probably already run it at 60, but if I could get it running on that device, then I'd be really happy. How does this work? Oh, it's its own thing. But there is no complete state. Actually, do you know what? It might be that the platform disappears. Whoa. You answered a question about Oz business structure I asked a while ago. Is it cool to ask one more thing? Yeah, sure. If we are dropping and so it's just jumped and fall through. So just jumped is the problem. Time.fixed time is less than threshold. Ooh, that's so strange because I'm using fixed time. Start time is what? Jump ability might not be using fixed time as its time type. Do I also do audio? I have done, but at the moment I'm not doing it. I've got someone else doing it for me. So we are using fixed time here, which means that this just jumped question, which has a threshold of 2, is fine, but I guess for the fall through, we should be asking a little bit more. I mean, we could check it as 0.3. That doesn't seem to be a huge difference. Tick, tick. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's set the target frame rate to 10. And see if it holds up. If the game holds up at 10 FPS, oh, Armin seems faster. Could you imagine if the speedrunning strat was to actually just run the game at 10 FPS? I don't think it is actually better. I think it just feels faster because the frame gaps are wider. Let's count. Click. 1, 2, 3. And then we hit the end. Very scientific. Click. 1, 2, 3. No, it is faster for sure. What the heck? How is that possible? That the run speed increases with the frame rate as it goes down. Could be that the fixed delta time's wrong. I really think this should be at like 45 or like 40 or something. That's kind of how I've set it up. In fact, I don't even want to touch this. And in fact, if we set this back to 10 now, the game will run at the speed that it's supposed to run. As in, the physics will run as often as it's supposed to run. But it's almost unplayable, like, at this point. So the question about business structures. I'm making games with my 2 housemates. We're all pretty all in on it. Would a partnership or a company be better? Company for sure. Partnerships are a real hazard because for a partnership, there is more of a limitation around pay. I think with a partnership, you have to be equal for everything. With a company, you have a director, and that directorship you can pass along. You can name somebody else the director. With a partnership, I believe you cannot continue the partnership if somebody wants to leave it. With a company, the company maintains its structure even if somebody leaves. A company is much more robust. It's probably a little more expensive, but it's much better than a partnership. Partnerships are... My brother's in a partnership and he's struggling at the moment with the structure. I would say, so Gouda has said delay any organization, but actually I would say you should probably, if you are serious about what you're doing, you should set it up earlier, much earlier. So For example, in Australia, we have a government rebate on taxes for game developers. To be eligible for that, you have to be a company, and you have to have been operating as that company before you started making any money and during development. So you can't even apply for the rebate, let alone get it back, if you aren't a company. And we're talking about it's like 30%, I think, on your tax. So if you make, $600,000 in your game, or let's say $100,000, keep it simple, 25% of that, it's if you make a certain amount of money. I think actually the threshold is 300K. So let's just say 300K. If you make 300K and you don't have the rebate, you are up for like $80,000 in tax. Yeah, like 25% or whatever it is. With the rebate, that goes down to like 50, I think, something crazy like that. It's like you save yourself. No, it'd be an extra. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. It's if it's, let's say it's 90, take off another third of that. Yeah, you save yourself about 30K just for having applied for this thing in advance. So if you don't have a company set up, you're getting taxed at your income rate, your personal income rate. So if you make 300,000, now you're getting taxed as if you made $300,000 in your personal income in the calendar year, which is much, much higher than 25%. That'll be like 30, 40%. And you won't get any rebate on it. So it's literally, they'll take like 150K or 140K of your 300 in Australia. Like, what's the tax calculation for 300K a year, A third. More than the business. This is for your personal income. You lose a third of it, which is more than the company tax rate, which is 25% at the moment, or 26 or something. So if you did the rebate and everything, it would be 25% times 0.7 or whatever. So 17%. Literally half. You halve your tax if you're a company and you apply for the rebate and you make 300K compared to if you just take it on as personal income. So something to think about. A company is much better. The IP can be under the company. You don't have to be partnered with your partners forever. You can have different splits of equity. It's just better. It costs about $1,500 to set up in Australia, and you should do it through an accountant. Once you've done that and you've got the registration, the only other thing is, if you are in a company, you then have to do company things with your tax. So, although I recommend it, it does make managing your business more cumbersome. So like I subscribe to some software called Xero. Xero is like bookkeeping software. It's like an accountant's software. If you don't have an accountant, you at least need to have something like Xero, where you are doing things like BAS, so like business activity statements. Every quarter, you have to say what you spent your money on, what you charged or money you made on transactions, and then you have to pay GST. You also, if you are operating as a company and you want to be taxed as a company, you have to be an employee of the company. So to say that the company had operations, let's say you pay yourself a wage from your own company. But you don't have to do this. But if you want to claim some of those tax benefits, I think you do need to prove that you were operating as the company, which means you need to be paying yourself a wage, I think. I'm not a tax agent. Please don't take this as truth. But, at least ask ChatGPT. So things like registering for GST become worthwhile or worth considering. And then, yeah, if you are an employee of your company, you have to pay yourself superannuation, and you can do pay-as-you-go tax. You have to report those statements to the ATO every whatever month or every 2 weeks or whatever you want to do. But doing it that way creates a lot of transparency and is ultimately, assuming you're really serious about this, the more stable, safe structure. So if it's just you and your mates and you're making a game, that's one thing. If you're really serious about it and you want to like make, you expect to make a lot of money, then I would be careful. It could save you like, $50, $60, $70,000. It's just, it costs a lot of time, Yeah, get advice from an accountant. Some accountants will recommend setting up multiple companies. They might say, well, your IP should be in like a trust or something, or like multiple different structures. You could set up a trust, and then you could set up a company. If you have like clients, like if you have like, or not clients, contractors, you might want to not have them be employees of the company. You might not want to be employees of your company at all. You might just want to be contractors for your own company. I don't know how it works, but there's lots of different things you can do that have different relevant impacts on the way that the entity is structured and how it exists in the eyes of the government and the tax office. Hey, NJ, thanks for the follow. Yeah, it's definitely better. It's definitely better if you have an accountant doing all this stuff. If you can pay for someone to like deal with it for you, then they'll probably set up at least one company. That's just, I think, how it works. They know how to play that game. All right. So what have we really done here? I guess we know that we're a little bit frame limited on some of this stuff. I don't really want to change it though. What an idiot. Get out of here, buddy. Sorry. I'm a solo game dev. I don't think I need a partnership or a company now. Can I survive? I think you got to be making some games before you start worrying about that. Don't worry about it too much yet. We're talking about like once you have a Steam page, you should worry about this stuff. Or at least once you start thinking about having a Steam page. Do you run slowly? No, if you set it to 180, it'll run at 180 on my computer. Because it'll hit that. I'm not sure what this little jumping is though. What's happening to his... There's just something that happens when he's... This little like hitch. You seeing that? What is that? What the hell? It's at the apex of the jump every time. The X velocity does not change. It's exactly the same. I have no idea. But if we go back to 60, I don't think it happens. Ah, it's happening everywhere now. What the hell is that? Looks good to me. All right, let's go check the pivots, maybe? What? What am I seeing? Is it the VSync flickering? No, it's almost like there is a shake happening. It's not the VSync. I've never noticed it until just now. It's super obvious. But only if you're holding the button. Oh no. But not there. You can't see it on stream? No, I'm not extrapolating physics. I'm interpolating physics. If I set it to none, I think it still happened. Yeah. Oh, that's so annoying. Does it happen everywhere? You see that? It's at the same spot every time. It's right as he starts coming down. He goes, dip, dip. But it's not, it doesn't happen here. What the fuck? Now, I had a gizmo where I drew a gizmo at one point where it was like a trail of the movement of the sprite every frame. And I could watch the position. Maybe we can still do that. So like public list of vector2 positions. But that's going to happen every gizmo update, which is not what we want. No, I don't think that's the issue. I think this is something completely separate, and I don't know why. Hello? Got to compile it because we created a new member. Okay, let's try. Where? Oh, draw gizmo selected. So I've got to be selecting Armin. Watch this. Ready? Watch this, watch this, watch this. Boom! There he is. Okay. Well, that looks really smooth to me. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty close. And I didn't see the jitter here at all. So now, instead of the current position, let's add animator.sprite renderer dot position. Nope. What the hell? You saw that big jitter. I guess the other thing we could do is draw a line between them. The sprite's path? Perfect. So what is this jitter I'm seeing? Is it just the VSync? No, I'm seeing it on the screen. Just there, I saw it a second time, but it's not happening at all. I think it was more obvious when I had the frame rate up higher. I mean, we can launch another instance of OBS and watch it. Look. You see that? See the little... is it the camera position? Could be the camera position. But I don't think so. I think we would have noticed it. You seeing this? Look. When I watch the level, I don't think the level has any... The level is moving smoothly. Like the camera is okay. If we look at Rose here, she's moving consistently. It's Armin doing this little boop, boop, boop. What the hell is that? But you didn't spot a gap in the position tracking because look, where's the gap? We would see a little hitch. No, but he's moving like left and right relative to the screen. Like, look at that, from that to that. I guess on this frame, It's that on this frame he didn't move. His position was not interpolated. That's the same position. The camera moved forward, but he didn't. And then he made up for it by doubling up. So relative to the camera, I mean, at least what we recorded on OBS, it was like bump, 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 skip. That jump is bigger than where he was moving. And on this frame, he appears to move backwards because of him not moving. So isn't that what interpolation is supposed to fix, though? If we set him to extrapolate, then it gets all weird. Okay, so not extrapolate. I think I agree with you. There were parts where it wasn't very nice. Let's do both. Yeah. That's basically it, huh? I think that's it. It's a big jump. And it's right, it's exactly where it should be. It's right on the descend. It's weird that it's in the same spot every time. You know what this could be? This could be where his jump curve ends and gravity takes over. Ah, man, isn't it crazy that I've never noticed that? I don't think anybody else has either. Let's see the logic of how that gets handled. So this is the jump curve over time. That's where we let him go. So it's right on that down curve, right as we start to transition from completely this way down to that way. Now, I could end the curve here, but I kind of wanted him to, I kind of wanted you to hang a little longer. So this is a result, I think, of this curve here, him being dropped off. That's it there, right? I think I got it. I wonder what happens, just checking, if we were to just remove it, how it feels if we remove that extra bit. Without doing anything. You still get the stutter. You just get it earlier. Okay. Well then. New bugs. Someone asked me, how many bugs were in my game? As many as I look for. Okay. So, what's weird to me is it's the horizontal stuttering. It's that for a whole frame, nothing happens. That's what's weird to me. Why does that happen? So let's just see what happens when we enter the state. We set gravity scale to 0. Okay, that's interesting. We set the velocity to 0 if we've jumped. This is not a big deal though, that's got nothing to do with anything. We confirm that we've jumped. That's the input button. And we play the animation. Is your kinematic jump arc on fixed update? Yes. Of course it is. Here it is, fixed do, which gets called on fixed update. If we are complete, do you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I think there is one frame between the state machine saying we are finished and the next state taking over. And that state, that frame, in that frame, nothing happens to his rigid body. So, for some reason, I don't know why. You would think it would just continue. It could be this, whichever's smaller, my current velocity or the max y divided by 4. I don't know. That's strange. Very strange. Let's take that away for a second. Still super duper there. Well, let's let the gate. What do they say? Don't knock down the gates. So we could do, instead of the else, we just run it anyway. So we just keep it going no matter what. Still get it though. That's strange to me. The F makes it floating point, that's right. That is weird. I think I would still prefer to have this all play out and then if the time is done, say complete. But it might do something weird if we're trying to evaluate the curve after it's finished. Maybe that's a reason why I had the else. There's no while. What if you drop him at the end? Well, the thing I'm still not... Let's just track what's happening for a second. Here's our question. What is this doing? Maybe we should... We could do a gizmo that colors these based on the state that he's in. We could do that. Yeah, deep state. Float. I think what I want to do is have I really don't have link in this. Damn it. What am I doing wrong here? Wait, state colors at the behavior state of the thing. Yeah, that's right. Wait, are we even adding them? Nope. Let's get a list of unique states for each. That'll do as well. And it'll say, oh, but we don't know the difference between system random and the other random. Okay. Wait, random.value? What is the problem here? System.random. Well, what if I said no system, huh? Oh, but it needs that. Okay. Unity engine.random. Okay, not that. What? State colors is new. For each state, I don't want to do this. I think I really want to do I don't think this is actually working. This is a distinct check. I think instead it's for each Yes. That's all I wanted you to do, buddy. What? Still nothing. What am I doing here? Draw a line of positions I+1 won't exist. Line 1039. Yeah, it will. That's okay. This wire sphere should still work. That's fine. Everything's fine. Maybe I just need to compile it. Hey, Grim, thanks for the raid. Welcome. I should probably take a break in a sec. I'm feeling a little bit tired. I need like maybe 5 or 10. Is alpha 0? Could be. But it's actually not drawing anything. It's not even doing the log. Did we do like an early return on this? On draw gizmo selected. Hides inherited member. New? It's not even getting here. How did we just suddenly lose the gizmo? What's going on? Excuse me. Excuse me. Hello. We're not even... There's no like early return case on this thing. Are we just not doing this? What the hell? Oh, hang on. Is it that? What have I done? This music is from Link's Awakening DX. Or just Link's Awakening, I guess. Bro! Hello? Ain't no gizmos in my game. Chat, I'm sort of on the precipice of giving up here. It just refuses to do any of this now. Hey, thank you so much, Lumen. I appreciate it. This was a little side fix. We were just trying to figure out what was happening with his states. I might just close Unity and run it again. I think hot reload is maybe creating some problems. What's going on here? Okay, let's see it. Still nothing. Nothing. What have I done? What did I do to deserve this torture? Is it because we've got another Armin and that one's not moving? Could that be it? Could it just be this specific scene causing me grief? No, because we're not even getting the log. Hey, Cozy Tree Leaf, thank you so much for the sub. I don't know what's going on, bros. Nothing. Do we literally make it in a new game object, like a new component, and attach it as a debugger? Just so that we can do it? VB Longneck. This is... Movement debugger. Just so that I know that I'm not being crazy, you know? Just for my own sanity's sake. Excuse me. Is hot reload causing us problems here? Is this a hot reload based issue? Oh. Suddenly it's all back. What the hell, hot reload? Oh, thanks. Nico is dreaming. Yeah, I'm really happy with them. I think they came up a real treat. And my game is self-organizing too. The hierarchy gets scraped every time I hit save, and it puts the things in the correct category. Okay, so wait now. Oh, because we didn't put it here. Yeah, look at that. So it was on the change. This is the new state being set. And then this, the one frame later, is the next one. I'm surprised that this blue isn't on this side of the gap. I'm surprised that this isn't the cyan. So I have to look at changes to the rigid body then during that process. I don't think there are any changes. That's the hard thing. Other than maybe gravity scale kicking in. And of course, when you go into play mode, when you go into play pause, it ruins it taints the experiment. I mean, there's definitely a point here where we go gravity scale is 1.05. So it's 0 now. And then there's a point where it goes, that's where it would normally go, I think, when it changes to 1.05. So that's a thing that happens. And what are the states? I can actually check that. That's no big deal. If I go like this, I can say, okay, let's look at the state tree. Let's look at the history. We are in the current state that we're in. Is air control, which we went from jump to air control. If we make these really transparent, we might be able to see something here. They could be doubled up. No, it's 1 and then a gap. It's not 2. Otherwise, we'd see that here, I think. Oh no, it is 2. It is... I can't tell. That's 2, right? This is brighter than that. Would you say so? That that's more opaque than that? Make one red and one's blue. I can't do that, unfortunately. I think it is. I think it's opaque. That's double the brightness. So then we know that this is actually 2 frames before gravity kicks in or before whatever happens. The physics speed is, we got a frame of hitches. Whatever's happening, which is so strange. But let's go check the airborne state. It actually could be more than 2. We could do, you know what we could do? Another way to do this would be to, if
I'm done.
you done?
Are you done?
Not sure. Whoops. Hang on. I won't be finished until at least 6.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay. Whoa! 213, 207. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are all here. What is happening here? Oh, the state tree editor. Whoops. That's why. Now that's crazy. That's really bad. 5 frames of being stuck on this position. But like, what's happening to fixed update during that time? I'm taking a break. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, we're back. I'm glad the suggestion was made that it could be more than 2 frames, because it definitely is more than 2 frames. That's a good question, Black Mage. I'm not sure. I would love to discover this. I love these kinds of problems. This is fun. It's like you get to do science in a video game. So, my understanding is the entire time, this is what I don't understand. The body dot velocity dot x. No. I feel like the body dot velocity dot x never changes. It shouldn't change. If we look at Armin while he's jumping, just eyeballing it, you can see it. You can't see it there, but I can see it there. It's right here. Okay. See that? See how there was like no hitch whatsoever? It's just negative 1.7 the whole time. The whole time, right? So why was nothing happening here with the position? If the velocity is the same, and we're not going between interpolate or anything like that, we're not swapping the styles, we're just changing the gravity scale. That's the only thing that changes. Nonetheless, there is this very persistent gap that's like a 5-frame thing every time we do that, where the rigid body is sort of, well, I mean, like, okay, let's look at jump. Let's look at what's happening in jump. We're changing the gravity scale, okay, on entry, and that's it. That's all we do. Velocity.y doesn't change. Vel x is another thing I call this. Vel y. We're really just controlling velocity.y. We are playing air control during this. So we're doing the do of air control, and air control.do sets the air sprite. Air control.fixed do sets the x velocity during this. So during fixed do we have air control.fixed do ever for jump? Yeah, we're doing that too. So we're saying, hey, if the state's not complete, maybe we could pull this out. Maybe this could be here all the time. At the very least, that would control our X position for every frame, even if the state is complete. And yet, well, that's, no, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I designed this tool just now. I just made it up. So I'm not sure why there's a gap. I still don't know what it is. I still don't know what could be happening. We could look at the time, not the frame, but when we go to movement debugger, when we pass this in, we're getting the position and we're getting the index. But what if, all right, I got something to do here. Let me figure this out. So we're gonna make a struct called position props. No, we're gonna make it called movement Let's put it up here. Movement properties. We've got a position, we've got a state, and we've got a public float frame. I also want to know public vector2 velocity. Yes, please. Okay. Now, when we do this thing, we're not doing a list of these. We're doing a list of movement properties called positions. Okay, so we're going to get the... I think we want to do... Check this out. Now we've got some superpower behind us. Now I can really debug the shit out of this thing. Got some muscle. Debug muscle. Okay. All right. I think what we're looking at here Oh, that's weird. They were much closer together. They were much more clumped this time. Wait, what? It's a difference between the rigid body position and the transformed up position. Did you see that? That's the difference. It is the interpolation. It's the interpolation. At this point, the interpolation like kicks in. Because if I record the character position, that's different to the fixed position. The rigid body's position. The rigid body's physics position is equally distant, is equally spaced. But if we use the transformed opposition and we do the same test, we get a gap right here. Interpolation for this set of frames. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 game frames to one fixed update. And during this time, the interpolation doesn't do anything. Wait a second. 439, 439, 439, 439. What is 439 in this case? 439 is the... the frame. But how could that be? What is frame actually using? The fixed frame count. But if we use the actual frame count, so that's how we know. That's how we know that one fixed time step happens there. Whereas here, the multiple frames are getting counted. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1, 2, 3 of these for one fixed time step. What gets me here a little bit is that if I make this back at fixed frame count, right? Do these share fixed frame counts? Yeah, 641, 641, 641, 641. So in this instance, the fixed update correctly, let me just do one more thing here. +1. Just to get us out of this. The fixed update correctly interpolates the position, but the interpolation pauses for a moment. One hundred, 100, 100, 100, 100, 101 at 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. Surprised that's there. I wonder why it's there. I guess because it's no longer consecutive at the next one. I suppose you want to do it here after you draw it. This is definitely not what I should be doing right now. But it's so much fun to do. Two, three, four, 5. And then 204, 204, 204. How do I fix this, chat? What's my angle here? What's my solution? All right. Let's rubber duck it. Good one. All right, here's what's happening. Armin, the player character, when we jump, goes into a state called jump state. Okay? Jump state takes us all the way, you can see the red here, all the way to here. Okay? That's the full jump arc. So the full jump arc takes us to here, which is here. And then the full jump on the next frame, that state goes state.complete. We're finished. No more jump. Then, a frame later, possibly, it could even be 2 frames, but it probably shouldn't be 3 or 4. Maximum of 2 game frames later, maximum of, 2 game frames later, the parent state machine says, hey, what are we supposed to be doing right now? We're not jumping, but we're in the air. So let's do the jump state. Let's do the fall state. Okay. And at this point, air control takes over. So we're going from jump into air control. But actually, we've been doing air control for 1, 2, 3 frames here with no fixed update. So, what if on air control, we do a fixed do on entry? Just to evaluate what would be the velocity on entry so that we don't have 4 frames of nothing between when entering the state and the next fixed update. I don't set the rigid body velocity. We've already checked that. Yeah, I don't understand. Because his velocity doesn't change. That's the thing that I'm really concerned about, okay? So when we do like this, I really want to see his... The position, when you set air control, it's like we skip a fixed update. That's what it feels like. And all through this time, we'd have a velocity. We have the velocity. It's all basically the same, 0.69, 0.69, 0.69 on the y-axis. And then, okay, negative 0.91, so it definitely begins to fall. 35, 35, 35, 69. But then, like, why do we have 1, 2, 3, 4 frames where the interpolation doesn't give us a value? It doesn't update here. It could be that there is one thing that I am doing. I'm setting the interpolation mode to interpolate. So like if I go to state machine core, character, and I turn this, this is what I just changed. Do you think that doing this is actually a function internally? Oh my God, if this is the actual problem, I'm going to be furious. Because obviously that's the thing that I changed today. I just needed to not change that. Internally, that could be a function. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is just so annoying. So like if default body properties is not animator.rigidbody.that, only if they're different, do that. I created this bug about 5 minutes before I spent the last 2 hours mucking around with it. What is wrong with me? The thing that you know what really got me about this was that this internally is a method, not just some variable. Setting this here does something, and whatever the thing that does hitches the physics for some amount of time that I didn't know until just now. So that's why I didn't catch it up until now, because it wasn't happening up until now. It's the first time it's happened. Flippin' heck. I did get a neat gizmo out of it, but it wasn't the gizmo I wanted to create today. Of all the things that I did today, this was the most useless. God damn it. That just grinds my gears. Just Unity things. Is it even worth committing? Hang on, I gotta do one more thing. What is this? I'm learning so much about Unity in this project. Hey, Jonas Batzi. How's it going? My friend on YouTube? All right. Well, this all started because we were trying to see if there was an issue with the frame data if you slow the game down. That was the issue. That was the thing we were concerned about. So we were doing like a game system. We were setting the target frame rate down to like 20. And we were setting time.fixed delta time to 1 on 20. And then we were seeing what that plays like. And the weird thing was that it feels a bit fast. Tick, 1, 2, 3, tap. As opposed to we can bring hot reload back now. Is the game speed going to be a customizable setting? Absolutely not. No. I just don't want it to accidentally be a customizable setting. Do you know what I mean? If you have a shitty PC, I don't want the game to run faster for you. Big 1, 2, 3. It's almost 4 seconds at the normal speed. Well, I can do the stopwatch if I just do this. Bring out the state tree. Take Armin. Run. Hang on. And then I can go and see. $3.59 versus $3.47. That's pretty much the same. $3.57. I think I was wrong. Let's make it like some ridiculous number. That does feel fast though. $3.47. Okay. Nah. It just feels fast. It's just that the frame delta is so great that it just feels like you're running faster. I don't think it is faster. It's an optical illusion, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. Yep. It looks good faster. It's not supposed to be faster. It's supposed to be not faster. It's supposed to be the same. Okay. So, gosh, what did I even... I don't think these are bound to the GPU. I don't think that's the case. What else can we do? Ability unlocked modal. That is important. There are other things I feel like I need to be doing, but I can't. Let's have a look. Hurry up boss fight refactors. Horseshoe quest. That is one that I think would be nice to get in there, but it sounds like it's not going to happen. Hugo cutscene needs an intro. This is definitely something I can fix right now. Won't take me too long. It's not super important. Hugo hurt animation. That is for polish though. These are all a bit lower than some of this stuff. Null states for game menus. Do you know what? Let's do this. Watch this. Look at this hierarchy. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Also, I'm gonna take Hugo here. And I'm going to take where is the intro trigger? There. Put this here. I hope I'm not distracting too much from your work. Please ignore if the question is too long, but I guess if you're doing indie dev full time, any advice for someone who's thinking of quitting the current job, 10 years in software industry, and going full time? The best thing you can do is, and I know you don't want to hear this, but I think that the best thing you can do is to demonstrate that this hobby is worth your time by first releasing a successful game while it's a hobby. So become successful as a game dev, hobbyist, then quit your day job. That would be my recommendation. If you care about income. So this thing here, it's a little awkward. I don't like anything about it. Hugo here in the level, he's okay to be here, but I think none of this is really good. Let's just do a little bit of a thing. We've got just 2 sequences. So I'm going to save this now, make sure that there's nothing here crazy we need to change. And then I'm just going to delete him from the scene altogether. Okay. Then I'm going to go into the butcher, which is this one here. And this is him talking. We're going to create this in the scene. Add a timeline to it. Save it. I'm going to go here. Validate the timeline data. Add a camera. Hit save. Okay. Now, this is set up correctly as a sequence. I can place him where I want him to be in the cutscene. So here he's going to be wherever I want to put him. In this case, I kind of want him facing left. I'm going to put him right here. Maybe we'll bring this down a little bit because he's going to be standing like, I guess, there. Then we're going to set up his sprite. In this case, just because he needs to be behind the shelf. So middle ground 2 maybe. Perfect. So I just hit a bunch of buttons and that created this entire cutscene where it's populated a timeline for the cutscene. Like this. It's a bit of a long-winded cutscene, but we'll figure it out. I think there's something that happens in the middle. Yeah, right here. There's a bit of an animation that plays. We're going to go into that animation and we're going to update it. So all of this is him. This is what I used to do to set up animations in the time, well, before I had the timeline. So he basically throws the offcut at us, Armin flinches, and then stands up. So let's get rid of all that. Save this. And then let's recreate it here. So this is the animator for Hugo. Let's add a retrobox clip and then just say Hugo throw. We can even play it out here if we watch it. So he's going to do ... and then he's going to go whoop, bang. Let's make sure he's in the correct spot here. So let's bring him down just 1, 2, 3 pixels maybe. Yep, and he's supposed to be using the cutting board, so let's put him over a bit more. Okay. Throws. Pop. We're not going to loop this, so it ends here. Then we've got Armin doing this big flinch. So he's going to go, whoop. And we're not going to do it until the second that he lets go. Then we can flinch. Perfect. This is not going to loop either. Give it a second, and then Armin's going to go into his idle. I think I need to rename this. Armin idle old. And then this is just going to become Armin idle. It's really annoying me that I keep having to call it idle 2. This is going to loop, and we're just going to use it for the rest of it. Let's keep it hung there for a little bit more, and then right here, Armin's going to say, hey. Cool. Okay. I also want to do a bit of an intro to this cutscene. And I want to add a camera shot track using the cutscene camera that we just created. I'm going to make 2 new game objects here they're going to be camera marks. Camera mark 1, and then camera mark 2. And then here, we're going to pass those in to a new camera shot clip, which goes from, these need to be mark. Mark 1 to mark 2, and we're going to ease in out. And we're just going to start this a little bit over this way. And here we're actually going to fade in 2 seconds, slow fade in. Get those camera marks up a little bit so we're looking properly at the action. It's slow fade in. And then I think right there is probably fine. Slow fade in. Well, blah, blah, blah. This goes all the way to the end. And then we just move out to in the normal like 0.5 seconds. And this move, it could be a little faster. Well. Yeah, cool. No, it's all custom. Hey, Mystical Puka, welcome. Thanks for the raid. So we also need one more animator for the offcut. So that when we do this, the knife sticks. Okay. Now, we need this to be played by something. We don't have an interactable. We can create a collider 2D to create the trigger. And that trigger is just going to be the whole level. As long as it's a trigger. No worries. Support for indie games in Australia is growing, actually. It's pretty good. Missing character binding for Hugo. Okay. Really, really good. I'm going to move this up into Hugo's thing. And then the only thing is we need to set this up so that in the test progress, we have it so that we are not far enough to run the cutscene and then we can play it. There you go. It's on a loop. Cool. Not bad. Pretty good start, huh? This is like way in the foreground. Probably shouldn't be there. It should be on like character. And actually, you know what would be really cool? It'd be really cool if he was walking up as we started the scene. He's walking into frame. That'd be cool. Let's do that. Okay. So we could have him. Bro, where are you? Okay. Or nothing could happen. Why is that doing that? Oh, 10 frames per second? I don't know. Very strange. It's the NPC that we're looking at, and he's standing here. Oh, his scale is set to 0. He's a bit shy. You do, Chartle. I was using FL Studio, but my composer currently is not using that. I don't know what she uses. Why does this set his transform to 0? He can walk now. That's good. He doesn't know how to do that. Oh, I'm so stupid. I have the marks there. I didn't put them where they're supposed to be. Okay, this goes there and then he goes to there. Okay. I just didn't even set it up yet. Direction of travel. Nice. Nice. Okay. Slower than that, buddy. Okay. The only problem is that he's just a little short for where he needs to be. I think I want to make him... Can I call this flying? Can I make him as if he's flying? Nice. So good. Okay, the mark needs to be like a couple pixels over. Like this one and this one need to be 1, 2 pixels down, maybe even 3. And then this one needs to be like 1, 2, 3. It's right, but it's like 6 pixels to the left. More. Oh no, where did he go? Oh no, this is offcut. This needs to be out of there. That's just my fault. Cool, cool, cool. I guess I need to let this play out to the end. I just don't know why it looks like it has like a frame that holds. Oh, okay, no, it's all good. Cool. Okay, why can't I move? Am I finished? I don't know what happened then. We should be able to get out of there. Would you recommend for Android and iOS platform game? What's the best way I can get away with 128 by 128 for a pixel size? Do you mean for what though? Like what's 128 by 128, Jonathan? Yeah, we don't have control anymore. That's a shame. Triggers on collision. Wait for timeline end. This could be, oh, this could be ugly. For your sprites. I mean, 128 is pretty big. I'm not sure what you're using them for, but I would say that's, you're starting to get into the maxi size at 128 pixels for each sprite. For characters? Hey. Okay, so we have an issue here. And the issue is that when we have the cutscene end, it doesn't release control of Armin when it's supposed to. It's not part of the dialogue. Maybe I should have him say something if you open the chest there. So it was this. Oh, I see why. No, it's got nothing to do with anything. It's nothing. It's this message here. This, oh, you can't see it. There's one more thing that I didn't fix, which is this event never gets called with the timeline because it's a message, and message doesn't do anything. This is actually really bad, and I'm going to remove it. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a quest item handler that gives you the item when you get the cutscene. So the flag is the butcher. Is it Meet Hugo? Nope. What do you get for doing this? You get return to tavern. Ugh. Okay. So anyway, return to tavern. Give a pork offcut. Give it 1. Nice. And just to confirm, this is set to whoops. I didn't do the test. But I know it's working because I literally deleted the event that it uses. That's all right, Jonathan. There you go. It's not really a fist shake, but I want Armin to do like a hey. Normally he draws the sword when that happens. I think I need more emotes in the game. But this was good. I think it would be really cool to have a camera move here. With a bit of overshoot, so the camera like sort of like jostles. The why I order emote, exactly, you got it. Whoops. I wonder if I can overshoot like that. Is that a thing? What does it mean to overshoot a lope? I guess I could undershoot. That seems crazy. Let's watch it. Armin, no. He's already ready for it. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure I caught it. What do you think? Did it feel like something, chat? I also think like the second camera mark needs to be dead center of the frame. It needs to be like here, middle of the room. And then Mark 3, I mean, that can be a little closer to Armin. Cool. It doesn't end where it started. That's it gets jostled to the right. It's not just a shake, it's like a move. It's trying to follow it's like when you're watching someone fight and you're trying to follow the action. At least that was the goal. I like it. I'm really happy with it, to be honest. And then yo, Jonathan Barker on YouTube, just to confirm, I've just noticed something about your question. 128 by 128 as a canvas size for a character that's 64 by 64 is fine. If that's what you meant. If you just mean the canvas, that's totally fine. Hey, very real person. Thank you. Okay, so now we've just got one more here where we've got, I think we can take Hugo and put him out here. That is correct. So that's what we want. And then Hugo just gets his own sequence player, I guess, as well.
I'm heating it up.
Okay, I'll be done in a sec. Let's just create a... We should do it exactly how we did it back over here. So... Hugo has a sequence player where he doesn't have one. Where is he? What the heck? What the hell? What the helly? Where is his... How do we talk to him afterwards? How is this possible? There's an NPC prompt. Oh, the cutscene is there, and that's got a binding for him. And that's got a sequence player on it. Okay. So the idea would be that we would need, like, I guess a separate one for talking to him. In which case, we can do that too. We just need to go like this. And then just create in scene. And then that hopefully doesn't, yeah, good. Whoops. Hey, welcome. I actually have to go in a sec. I feel terrible about it, but it's true. So this is the Butcher 2. It's there. It needs an NPC interaction prompt. And that prompt is going to be I wish I knew which way it was facing. Yeah, it's backwards. Nice. And then a quest condition toggle with a condition behavior. And this is only there if... Actually, no. Better to do this the other way. That's way better anyway. And then we can just move this to be there and there. Except for some reason we can't. Yeah, sick. All right. And then I guess I would just move this prompt a little bit to the right. Let's go back to where we were before timeline-wise, where we haven't spoken to him yet. Let's watch the thing. Do I continue to work on the game? No, I keep working on it. What's the longest script in the game? The longest, like, dialogue? Probably the end of chapter 1. Nice. And I can come in and still have that conversation. Oh, brilliant. Now, there's also dialogue for this too. I mean, music. Let's see if we can cue it up properly. One sec. Just gotta fix my thingo. So what are we doing? We're doing test progress. Okay. And then run it into the butcher. There we go. No, it didn't do it. I didn't get the pork offcut. Why not? Is it because I already have it? Yeah, because I technically already... No. Did I not put it in here? Where is the item? Where is the item giver? Oh, it didn't save. Really? Quest item handler. Here. Gives the pork offcut. I think maybe I should just keep it outside. Maybe this disables or something. I don't know why that didn't do that. It didn't trigger. Return to tavern. True. Did I have this set? I don't know. Do I store my cutscenes within the scene they're happening, or do you have separate scenes for them? The dialogue is stored in the project directory. The timeline information is stored. That is so weird. The timeline information is stored against the scene. The timeline has mostly data file stuff here, but some of the bindings are in the scene that it's based on. Like, that's how it knows where everyone has to be and stuff like that. Wait, so why don't we have control? This is where we were just before. Well, time to fix that, I guess. Oh, it didn't save. Look, it's still here. Okay, I just need to save that. And then it'll work. One more time. I also want to change Armin's expressions. He gets too angry too quickly. There we go. Cool. So here's the problem. Armin goes into full rage mode, whereas he can go into this, which is much better. And then he can go rage. That's perfect. Check it. Nice. All right, let's finish up. This was fun. You want to see the end of it? Pushed down the well. Cool. Well, it chases the butterfly. I need to do a better job of showing that, because right now it just sort of runs and jumps down the well. Full bore. All right. Thank you, everybody. I gotta go. Yeah, there's a little butterfly flying around. It's not obvious enough right now. Let's raid Ryan Art. I'll see you all, maybe not tomorrow. I might film a YouTube video tomorrow. But instead, I'll see you Thursday. Okay? Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. If you like my content, definitely go wishlist Insignia. You gotta do that. That's a must. If you're excited about the game, please do wishlist it. And that's it. That's the stream. I've been Triangle Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals, as always. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.